Okay, good afternoon and welcome everyone to the Bellevue School District regular board meeting. Today is Thursday, October 7th, 2021, and we're going to begin with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest.
Erica Malif.
Art Jarvis, Superintendent.
And we'll announce when the other directors join us. But in the meantime, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's my pleasure to introduce one of our students, Bennett Wallace, who will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. And Director Watson has joined us. Can you now lead us in the land acknowledgement, please?
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Duwamish and Snoqualmie tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continued to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on the historic context that brings us to reside on this land and accept responsibility to interrupt erasure. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe as we listen to, learn from, and lead with their guidance.
Thank you. And Director Chu has joined us. Going on. Bennett, we're just going to introduce you as a 8th grader from Odell Middle School, and if you could tell us a little bit more about yourself and provide us an update, we'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey, so I was just going to talk about like my experience going to Odell. So when I was starting middle school, my family had just moved. So I was starting middle school like without knowing anyone beforehand. And my web leaders really helped me like kind of get through that transition and provided a like place where I knew people. So now I'm a web leader, and I think that's cool because I get to now help 6th graders who could be in the same situation as I was.
Thank you. Do you have additional information you want to share with us about that experience?
I think that's it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for providing that welcoming and encouraging environment for your fellow middle school students, and we really appreciate you taking the time to give us an update and share that with us. You are certainly welcome to stay for the rest of the board meeting, but we know students are busy, and so you can sign off anytime. So thank you again for coming to our board meeting and sharing with us. So that brings us to our next item on the agenda, which is additional acknowledgements. I want to point out that October is Disability History Month and National Disability Employment Awareness Month. We continue Hispanic Heritage Month, and it is also LGBT History Month. You'll note that that is the correct name of it. We do celebrate and acknowledge LGBTQ+ pride in the month of June. LGBT History Month in October was created in 1994 by a high school teacher in Missouri and passed by the National Education Association the following year as a commemorative month. And it was chosen to be in October because it coincides with National Coming Out Day on October 11th and the anniversary of the first march on Washington in 1979 for gay and lesbian rights. You'll also see October 20th listed as Unity Day. That's also a day that is also known as Spirit Day to support LGBT youth, where people wear purple. And then in October is also Ally Week to stand up against LGBT bullying. Some of the other things that we really want to acknowledge is we just passed National Custodian Appreciation Day, and certainly it is time to celebrate our custodians really did double duty this past year in ensuring all of our safety, risk mitigation measures that were really important for being able to, for us to come together in our buildings and learn and be with one another. So I really thank all of their extra efforts that they have been doing and continue to do. And then International Walk to School Day was just yesterday, and so there were a lot of our students out there and plenty of our adults supporting them. So we really want to acknowledge that, as well as Indigenous Peoples Day coming up next week. I mentioned Unity Day, and then I will certainly highlight this again in our next meeting, but National School Bus Safety Week. So also, again, appreciation to our bus drivers, a big shout out to them as well. We're also adapting throughout this pandemic and peri-pandemic period and continuing to make changes so that we can bring our students to and from learning at school safely. So thank you to everyone there. And that brings us to approval of the agenda. We have quorum, and so ask if there's any changes to the agenda. All right, seeing none, I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the agenda passes. We'll move on to the consent agenda. I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I had a few
Sure, why don't we go ahead and second?
comments for the better,
Why don't we-
but right
Why don't
now,
we go ahead and second it? Is there a
Okay.
second?
I'll second.
Okay, and then comments, Director Watson?
well, the problem is I partially can't see it. My computer was blank for a moment, but yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things. One was I noticed in looking at the HR reports that we've looked at, you know, every board meeting since forever, that I can't tell from them whether the people who are resigning are easily able to be replaced. Like, and I see a number of bus drivers and lunch people, and that's I guess what I want to express is that I hope that we would. I think you did let us know that we're having some trouble staffing, and if it ever gets to the point where the staffing problems kind of interfere with the vision of the district, I was just saying I'd kind of like to know, and I can't really figure it out from that report, but that makes sense. So that was one thing, just an observation, and a request to, if it ever gets really bad, I'd like to know. And then the other one is, was that on the consent agenda, the list of district procedures?
Yes, item 2.6.
Whoever did that, that was great. I really liked the way that was neatly organized, and it was so clear, and I could see exactly what was done. That's what I had.
Anything else? Okay, so with that, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, consent agenda is approved. And that brings us to the superintendent update. Dr. Jarvis.
Thank you, Dr. Wiest. It is my pleasure as superintendent to make a number of comments. I'll try to stay as tightly within the 15 minutes, but there are really two parts to my comments this evening, and I'd like to even preface that we have been concentrating in our world of managing the pandemic and the COVID. And at some point, perhaps starting tonight, you'll see a lessening of time devoted to the pandemic and the COVID, and more comments directed towards our vision and our academic program and moving ahead as a school system. And I have to say that feels really good as we've demonstrated the ability to provide the correct countermeasures to be able to operate school full time and then move forward with the things on our plate. I want to start with a huge thank you to our staff. We are currently at in excess of 96% of our staff vaccinated as we approach that October 18th. Our staff has been terrific. They're working with us. There are some requests for exemptions, and they're following the proper procedures and working with the HR department. But I think it's important to note that fantastic percentage of staff that really is taking care of business, and even the remaining ones are doing it properly, and there are still some to be vaccinated. They'll work with HR, and if there are some who choose otherwise, that's part of the process that's underway. But a giant thank you to the staff. We are also looking at testing, and I wanted to give a quick update that I received on the testing, because in essence, let me get the right page. We have started our pilot with select central office departments and work locations for what they call pooled surveillance testing. You've heard this report previously, so I won't go into detail, but in essence, it's a way we're this week expanded the central office department pooled testing to all departments. We ran pooled surveillance testing at 2 elementary schools, Wilburton and Sherwood Forest, and started diagnostic testing at Sherwood Forest. So again, I just want to fit that in as a part of, as we've learned to do business with the pandemic and the COVID, we're adding those elements that even give us more and additional safety and assurance that it's correct. Next week, we'll continue that. We'll expand the diagnostic testing, Newport High School, expand to daily diagnostic testing for central office and department staff, and initiate the consent process for all of the schools. And by the end of October, all schools and central office departments will be offering the pooled surveillance and diagnostic testing. At this point, rough approximation, we have about 20% of our families in the pilot locations that have already opted to participate, and between 15 and 30% of those invited staff have opted to participate. We are getting our testing results from those tests within 12 hours, and it provides us really an anchor point to be able to know that we are staying up with what's there. I think the second comment I would have is regarding our student testing. Today there was a fair amount of news about Pfizer having applied for approval of the vaccination for the 5 to 12-year-olds. In our case, in this community, in these zip codes, the youth ages 12 to 9 we have over 95% of our students vaccinated. So huge percentage. I think there are only 2 zip codes that were as low as 92%, and I think that speaks so well of the Bellevue community, and certainly is a boon to the school system. If in fact the vaccination for students is approved by the FDA, and whenever that is, there are at this point 2 tentative dates being held for clinics in the school district, one at Odell on the 22nd of October and one at Sammamish on the 23rd of October. So the Bellevue School District is ready if and when that happens, that we can proceed. And looking at the percentages on our 12 to 19-year-olds, I would suspect and predict that we'll see very positive results. And with that, I would like to conclude the reports about the COVID. We'll certainly keep you informed as more information surfaces and if there are any hiccups. But by and large, the second part of the superintendent's report is really the most fun, and that is that we have other business to do. And we've begun with a study session on the levy, and the levy will be a major topic for us as a funding mechanism. That will continue through February, and with a successful election in February, then we'll be able to move on. You heard last time the sale of bonds, and our capital projects are underway. You're going to be receiving more detail on projects and the proposed capital projects and the timelines. We'll also be able to pick up and share with you some of the other business that's underway. Last spring, the district suspended, at least temporarily, the issue of school resource officers, SROs. And when I first arrived, a committee had been working and presented to look at a couple options. And one of those options was to continue with a resource officer program, but to look at a number of changes and amendments. So I have been working with Bellevue Police Department, and we are looking at the SRO program. We've begun a joint group that's working on a variety of details that were both identified by the committee and good practice for SROs. So I want to alert both the community and the staff that is underway. And then I think today's study session will be an example of the most fun of all, and that's getting back to our academic focus. And I'd like to comment in about 4 different ways on the academic focus, in case people get confused by what we're doing. One of the efforts that people will see continuously for all of the existence of school districts and staff will be continuous development of instructional improvement. There will always be that element that no matter what the classrooms look like, no matter how they're shaped, there is good teaching practice in the classrooms, and this district has a wonderful professional development program that will support staff, and you'll see that ongoing. Whatever the class looks like, whatever the age, wherever it is, there is support for instructional improvement. You're going to be hearing more about that as we go along. A second part of it really is the curriculum, and Bellevue has been a district that for many years and perhaps even decades has followed a practice that we want a consistent curriculum. We can vary in a number of other ways in programs and delivery, but the curriculum offered within that needs to be consistent and offered that whether you're a child at Ardmore or Somerset, you're really looking at the same curriculum. So the whole issue then of having standards and monitoring that for instructional improvement, for curriculum development, and really assuring that we're seeing the right thing, that will continue. But perhaps the most exciting thing of all is to then get on after this somewhat rude interruption of the pandemic in a world that says, what are the visions? What are the innovations? What are the changes we're looking at, both as a school system, as a community, as individual staff members and leadership? So within that is that this is a district that has been broadly blessed with schools of choice and programs such as dual language programs or immersion programs or the international high school and a variety of ways of doing business. And I think it's important that we as a school system pick up that vision and say, let's look at it and freshen it as a district and look at the next places that we get to go beyond building buildings and beyond keeping the buildings open for during COVID, to now look at what would be those next steps as a new school opens. What's the focus for that school, and do we create more choice programs? So part of what you're going to hear in this evening's study session is really a step in that direction of creators of that future world of global competency, of if one of the guiding questions would be, if we were a district that had global competency, what would that mean? What would you see in the school? What would you see in the classroom? What would you see in the district that would represent well that effort towards global competency in a future world? The question will always be there of, in our lovely community of Bellevue, we have opportunities to go to places that I think others might not have some of those assets. How do we do that? And how do we do that well over time? So it is my pleasure as a superintendent to really introduce this study session, as it will take place later, but within that context of we'll do all the appropriate work on improvement and development, but we also need to look at what is our vision. On that note, I'm leaving a lot of detail that can be asked and answered, and I'll offer to the board opportunity for questions, first on COVID. Anything that you would like me to add or ask somebody who really knows.
Okay, any questions? I would like to hear if it's available today, but if not, an update on the academic testing. So not the COVID testing, but how we're doing. So we had heard that there had been some concern that there was going to be a lot to determine where our students were as they're coming back into school full time. And I know that some of it's still ongoing. I think middle school is doing their SBAC modified testing next week. But what do we know so far?
So I'll give a broad answer, and then I'm going to turn to Eva Collins and her staff, because I know they've certainly been working on that. The answer is yes. They're both what we would call the normal beginning of the year assessment has been taking place, and those results are being gathered. There are definitely indications that which areas were more loss than others, and we're not surprised to see some loss there. So yes, there is testing underway, and yes, those results are becoming gathered. I can't give an actual how many classrooms, but I know I saw a report just yesterday, and I'm going to ask Eva if she can recap that.
Thank you, Dr. Jarvis. Yes, we have been doing our initial testing. In fact, I think we just finished on Friday, the window closed Friday for our beginning of year assessments. But our early look at assessments have shown us that in reading, we have maintained fairly well in terms of proficiency compared to pre-COVID. And as we had been seeing and predicting during COVID, during our students in remote, that math is an area where we did not maintain, and we have greater percentages of students that are not showing proficiency or growth. And so that is an area of significant focus in our district this year. Naomi, do you want to add anything?
No. Eva, can I just add on to clarify on that? One of the things we've heard during our listening sessions with teachers is just some concerns about the volume of testing or the integration of testing. But what you just reported doesn't sound to me like an add to what we had done previously. It sounds like our standard beginning of year assessments, like DIBELS and reading and all that. Can you just clarify what you were referencing and whether or not it was an add?
The assessments that I'm referencing are not an add. I think, and if you're referencing what we heard from one of the listening sessions that I attended with you recently, I heard mention of our new math curriculum and unit assessments, and there are 4 assessments at the secondary level that our educators are reporting in, but there are also unit assessments that come with the curriculum, but none of that is new. It's new with the new curriculum. So no, these are beginning of the year assessments that we typically would.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And I think when we give feedback later, I'll share from the listening sessions what we've heard so far.
Sure.
But I just wanted to just clarify that wasn't an added ask of anybody. That's something that we do, and we're leaning on something that we already have in place to give us information.
Yes, but
Thank you.
I think it might be helpful if we give you our full assessment plan so you can see what things are new this year. The beginning of the year assessments we have given, I think during the pandemic, there was a pause on, we weren't enforcing to the level that we have when we've been in person. And so we did have some issues. As you know, when we were attempting to report, we were missing a lot of data because a lot of the assessment was not happening in remote. It was just too challenging for some of our teachers to assess in remote, and that did not happen. So for the past year and a half, that has been lagging, so it may feel new. And other like middle of year assessments that have been optional in the past were requiring.
So just to follow up on that, then it sounds like if we could get a list of the assessments, and then would we anticipate by the next board meeting that some of those results from the testing session that closed last Friday would be available?
We'd be happy to share with you.
Right. Thank you.
During superintendent update or however you want.
Yeah, we could determine the best way to do that. It's just one of the, I was reminded at our WASDA regional session that we went to today when we do our board professional development, that successful districts, successful boards are focused on academic achievement. The word they use is relentlessly focused. I hesitate to say that a little bit because certainly we are also really, really mindful about the social emotional supports that are especially needed at this time, but that we also know that in the work, in feeling successful in academics, also promotes that social emotional well-being. Is there any other questions? Okay, so we'll move on, and then the last point I'll put on the academic part is that we're certainly glad that tomorrow there's a professional development opportunity to really support our educators in all of this work, and being able to tailor and provide them the support they need to be able to support our students in the best way possible. So that's just something to acknowledge that we take that day tomorrow very seriously and carefully, and hope that it provides what is necessary to keep driving forward the supports for our entire community here in the district. All right, so then we'll move on to the next item, which is our committee work. We have two brief updates from the Students Instruction Family Engagement Committee. My understanding that it's just showing that we're doing the listening sessions. We will have kind of written updates provided to all directors on this. And then we will schedule time for discussion about kind of the implications of what we have from all of the sessions. So if there's anything, but we have 5 minutes for this entire section of both this and the GoalComm committee, which I believe also has an update. So if anyone has something pressing to share.
I would like to give an update on the SIFE work. We have had 4 sessions so far. We have had 1 with our Bellevue Educators of Color and 3 with our school teachers, our teachers and other building staff. Many thanks to the folks who've got us off the ground on this, especially Gargi Treacle and Tish Gasparich, our board coordinator, and also John Harrison for making this all happen. But I also want, and Shamari Jones for helping us get connected with the Educators of Color. I also want to note that we have some problems that we are working out. It is not a smooth ride right now in terms of sign up. We don't have quite the numbers that we had. We've had 1 session that had high numbers. The others have had smaller numbers, and we had 1 session that we'll probably just move it. We won't consider it canceled. But I think that the communications about it have not been clear or directed at the right folks. And so there's been confusion about what sessions parents should sign up for and what sessions the building staff should sign up for and so forth. And we've had to ask some folks to leave a session and sign up for a different one to keep the environments as promised to the groups. So we will work those details out, but it may mean that this gets extended a little bit to pull some of them forward and make sure that we have time to hear from everyone. So I just wanted to make folks aware of that. And the stuff that we're hearing, there's a lot of energy about folks going back to school, really excited about that. There are also some concerns that linger that I think it's worth knowing, especially with the PDD tomorrow, is that staff are exhausted and excited and exhausted and need some acknowledgement as well as all the other things. And we'll share with you the details as they come together, but lots of good things going on with people in person this year. Erica, anything you'd add?
Well, great. Thank you both for the work and all the staff who are pitching in and making those possible, as well as to attendees. And we appreciate people's grace, patience, and goodwill in getting these going, because we really want the listening sessions to be successful. All right, GoalCom.
All right, for GoalCom, one of the tasks that our legislative committee, and in particular our legislative representative, who is Seema, it does for us is attend the WASDA General Assembly, which this year will happen online at the end of October. And we have a bunch of positions that we vote on that are submitted by districts across the state. And those positions may be permanent, enduring values positions, or they may be things that are very relevant to current legislation. And we all get together and vote on them. And in the past and in the future, again, it will at some point allow us to amend those positions, but there won't be as many opportunities for that here. Anyway, that creates WASDA's platform that they do their coordinated legislative advocacy on. And the way that it works is that the legislative representative who's there, or Seema and I will tag team as needed. We vote for the district based on our mission, vision, values, our commitment to equity and accountability, and our strategic plan, our annual plan, and any other board resolutions or known issues that the district has surfaced. So we don't vote ahead of time, like as a board, on each of the positions. How will we vote? Because that doesn't position us well to listen and learn while we're there and to participate and understand things. So just so you know, there are five things that we sort of submitted that are involved. I guess we submitted 4 of them and we signed on to 1. You can find them in the book. There's a General Assembly book. And at next meeting in October, we will give folks here a chance, if you've looked at it and you have questions or you want to give some input about how a position comes off to you and how we might look at it, please feel free to give us that feedback in case it doesn't feel clear which way to go with it, or if you just have questions. There is a chance that we will pull one of our positions. I just want to warn you about that. We have submitted one on state required assessments, making those more streamlined and efficient and interfering less with education. You'll see that on page 34 of the document. Page 35 of the document, you'll see a public option for online education, which is one we signed on to with a group of districts. Full support for basic education and extremes on page 39. On page 42, though, you'll see our comprehensive school safety. It's one we have submitted for multiple years now with other districts, but each year we kind of edit it, and it's supposed to be comprehensive. So this year we went through and added a few things to it, including some of the firearms safety pieces. And so WASDA, when they looked at it, they said, I don't think we can support that, the legislative committee. So it says it doesn't have the support of the committee behind it, because there are 2 returning positions called firearms-free schools and gun violence prevention. And they felt like it was unnecessary to put the text from those that are related to those positions into our comprehensive safety position. And 2 pages after ours is another comprehensive school and student safety position that was added this year by one of the members of the legislative committee. And so they'd like to support that position. If the 2 firearms-free schools returning positions pass and the comprehensive school and student safety position passes, everything we need is in there. So if that seems like it's going in that direction, we're likely to withdraw ours. So I know you all voted for it, so I just wanted to run that by. And if anyone has a concern, now's the time to scream it out and say, oh no, don't do that. Okay.
What is the advantage to withdrawing it versus leaving it on? And how will you know in terms of timing if they're not voted?
There is a risk in the order of voting. So we will have to measure that risk. However, one of the risks that it might bring up is that if we bring it up and then we go through the whole thing of why isn't the committee supporting this, and then they call out attention to it, it's such a political year and people are so politicized that it might actually do damage to the ability of the assembly to actually pass the other 2 returning positions. Because if we get everyone on a tear on whether or not they're going to support that. So it's a risk. And so we're going to have to use our best judgment and measure that risk and weigh it, and decide what to do, because ultimately what we want is that WASDA's positions align with the most safe environment for our kids. So we're just going to have to use good judgment on it and weigh those risks.
All right, any further comments?
And if there's anything else in the book that you see when you look it over, these are just the ones we submitted. There's lots of other rich stuff in there. Feel free to let us know, but don't feel like you have to do it. We promise that we will adhere to our district's mission, vision, values, vision, like everything that we have put together.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks again for all the work that goes into GoalComm and preparing for the General Assembly. So that brings us to number 5, board business. Board director updates, including liaison reports. I don't think when I last checked, I didn't see anything there. I'll just say that it's not my official liaisonship, but I did attend the Eastside Leadership Conference where much of the business community comes together. It was a virtual event and the presentations were excellent, and it's great to see our local businesses, which are actually international companies, and the amount that they're doing to support a variety of initiatives from affordable housing and transportation to definitely to education. So looking forward, I know our staff is very involved in those relationships and partnerships and seeing, what some specific items can be with regards to the district, and hopefully we can also have them all supporting our levy. Anything else? Director Chu.
I have an update. Last night, Francine and I both attended the regional meeting for WASDA, and as one of the area regional board director representatives to WASDA's board, I collaborated with Harlan Gallinger from Issaquah to sort of coordinate the meeting, and I'd like to let you folks know that what we've started is an initiative at that meeting to get a lot more collaborative advocacy, collective advocacy going on from our region. So it's great that we talk to our legislators regularly and that we meet with that little group of 5 different school districts and do some advocacy. But what we're trying to do is get the entire DA2 to sign on to a small platform that's specific to our region. We'll also keep working with WASDA as a whole, but as a region, our district area represents 25% of the students in the entire state. And we're basically the Puget Sound region, Puget Sound ESD. And we would love to have additional voices in our work to, well, it's a short list, so I'll just share it with you. The short list is getting hold harmless stabilization on the enrollment funding from the state for this year, because all of our districts are in flux because of that. Secondly, really working hard to get more funding for special education, because none of our districts are funded at the rate that we need. People are using 25–30% of their levy funds just to finance things like special education. So that's on there. There are a couple other things, I'm gonna forget one, but new things that we learned from COVID that the state hasn't really funded as basic education, but they need to, would be technology, and also making sure that they give adequate funding for the per student allocations for students in remote learning situations. You all know that we only get 75% of our funding, and we get no regionalization factor for that. We're not the only district, and we know we're putting a lot of staffing to keep care of those kids. It's not a side project that's 75%. So that's another advocacy piece. And there was one more advocacy piece, and I just blanked on it. But that collection, we're trying to get the entire region to be active on with all of the legislators, because we collectively touch a huge percentage of the legislators in the state house. So if we can have that influence, it will be very helpful. So we'll keep you updated, but I think that's a big effort, and I wanted you to know about it.
Any other updates?
Well, I was at the PTSA Council meeting along with actually Francine this month because Seema is away, and so I stepped into her role as liaison. And the thing that came out of that was that I just experimented with the notion of, giving a report, because that's what you do. You get up in front of the group and you give a report. And I'm willing to talk about anything I know, but it just hit me to preface each little thing that I was talking about with, now this is the superintendent's purview, and this is what the school board does, because before that, SEMA had given a talk to the group about, you know, the role of the school board, so that was already sort of in place. But then I thought, that's kind of a good idea. We could just do that going forward so that people start to get a better idea of, you know, why I'm not going to, like, I don't know, change the teacher at their school or something, you know? Yeah.
Thank you. That was well received. So I think it's a good precedent to set and a habit that we can carry forward in our other liaison roles. Okay. All right. So then that brings us to the agenda planning. And so I'm going to make a few announcements with that. So one is that we are adjusting the date for our Tyee visit. And I just want to announce in general, although we approve the calendar, when we need to adjust it because a school is unable to host us on a particular date, or there is one that's a still TBD, that will happen. You will know in terms of, you'll see it on your calendar, but we're not bringing it back for a vote. You will see on the agenda that's proposed there that the location is to be at Highland Middle School. So we've asked for some celebrations and joy district-wide to occur, and certainly really thanking our community for supporting our bonds to be able to create a new building that also has great ventilation and space for our students. The timing was good to have them come back into that new space. And so we're going to do a ribbon cutting, which we missed doing last year, and that'll be combined at the site of our board meeting. So celebration and board meeting, but do note the new location. And we will also send that out to the press.
Entirely.
Okay, that's why I'm going through some of them. Okay, you'll also see on that agenda that we'll be talking about redistricting. That's certainly in the news in terms of state and federal legislation, but we also do redistricting for our director areas, and Bellevue's been growing. So Director Watson and I are taking that on as executive committee. Certainly staff has done the bulk of the work in terms of that, but we're having some discussions in terms of whether that's just a little bit of adjusting boundaries versus really taking a look at how representation can be achieved in our district. So we're having some discussions. We'll probably have a couple of different proposals that will come forward, and we'll have discussion on that. So you'll see that is there. We are also having, I believe, in our future study sessions coming up, just so it's clear, something on an update on communications, which we've asked for several times. So that'll be coming. It may not be at the next meeting, but the November meeting. We had hoped to do something on the future of middle school, but that may be postponed slightly. And then I have a note here and I'm trying to think what it is. It's about listening sessions. Oh, we'll be do a debriefing more on the listening sessions, which I mentioned earlier. Are there any other questions or requests on the agenda planning? Director Chu.
Yeah, one thing on the agenda that I want to ask about is it says on item 3 under the superintendent updates, we'll be talking about the goals updates for I assume the annual plan update, since we've only passed part of it. But the one thing that I don't see there that we also didn't include was that the annual plan is instructed to include information on all of the commitments under the district's equity commitments. And I think there was some information there, but I'm not sure that all the district equity commitments were covered. And so I want to make sure that doesn't get lost in the shuffle of things. So however we want to approach that, that should be part of the discussion there, because that's the other missing piece to the annual plan.
All right, so we made a note of that and we'll include that, determine how to include that in the agenda. Is there anything else? So the goal is to have the governance calendar, which we were going to bring back for review at this meeting, but I don't see it on the agenda, so we'll bring it back for the next one and then have that incorporated in and at least a little bit of insight as, for example, the study sessions get planned out so that there can be just insight into what's coming along. And then it's on the calendar every time. So if folks have input or questions on the agenda, please chime in when we get to this part of the agenda. Yeah.
One comment on the study sessions. I think it's important as we're choosing those, since we have tried to decrease the number of reports that we're handling in a discussion fashion this year. I want to make sure that our deep dives are really helping us focus on the places where we have governance needs, and that they're not just randomly selected topics of interest, that they help push us in a direction, just like towards refining things like our strategic plan is something that, sure, we'll refresh it every few years, but there's a lot of work that happens year over year that actually influences that work. So I'm hoping that the topics that are chosen will help us as a board participate and come along for that ride and be part of that direction setting and be part of that developing understanding that's happening in the district, and that they also relate to topics that are really furthering our mission, vision, values, or if there's something that we need to work on as a board, governance strategy wise, that there are some criteria that are used to select those that help us actually make progress and get traction in a direction.
Well, that certainly is the intention, and board directors have had multiple opportunities to add to that list. So it looks like it was being finalized, which is why it wasn't on this agenda. So we'll make sure it's on the next one and have most of the calendar set, and you can have additional opportunities for input. But board directors have been asked, and so we have a list and we're slotting them in, combining them where it's appropriate. But we do have the list. So if you still had additional input, then please send it in.
I think that's kind of my point, that like by just soliciting individual ideas and throwing them on a laundry list that gets sorted out,
it's
like
not
that there needs, and there might already be, but I'm just asking that there is some kind of organizing theme that doesn't just organize the topics, but that has criteria for selecting them so that we're actually making that progress.
Yes, we discussed that previously, and that is what is happening. All right, any further things? Then if not, that brings us to item 6, which is our study session. So we're going to go into the other room to have the study session, which is going to be a discussion on the global competency vision. We do not have a break, so we're going straight into that, and then we'll return to this room when it's time for public comment. Thank you and welcome back. We are at item 7.1 on public comment. The board's grateful to receive public comment and appreciates the thoughtful input of the community. Because of limitations of the board calendar, public comments generally limited to about 10 minutes. Oh, you couldn't hear me before. Okay, well, we're grateful. I'm just going to summarize. We're grateful. The guidelines are listed on the screen, and we have 2 commenters tonight. We appreciate your patience, and I'll have the first commenter to please come up. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for having me. My name is Marilyn Arnoldi. I'm a resident of Bellevue. I've had 2 daughters who went through the whole Bellevue school system, went on to graduate at the University of Washington. One is a teacher, a science teacher in the district north of us. They both graduated cum laude. They had good training at Bellevue schools. First of all, as a parent, a taxpayer, I'm saying we cannot teach our children the CRT program, critical race theory. As one of those teachings, critical race theory, one of the groups of students should apologize to another group of students. This is when one is labeled as an aggressor. It wasn't on, oh dear. Shall we do that again? We are parents that we want all of our students to be proud of who they are. All of our students must be encouraged and valued. As an older student, I was always a student too. As an older citizen and parent, I'm appalled and actually ashamed that our Washington schools are promoting CRT, critical race theory. It's time to scrap this harmful content of a program. I have value for all the students, and doing it the way they are and making one group apologize to the other is totally wrong. We can do better than that, and we will do better than that. Please consider these things when you work on the progress for your school teaching program. I appreciate your listening, and thank you, Dr. Jarvis. I hope you're listening to this, and it applies to all the schools in the state of Washington, not just Bellevue, but I'm speaking here. We cannot teach this, and we cannot go on and apologize for one group being over another group, because they're all good students. Thank you. And another thing, I do encourage you to all to read the book Black Eye for America by Carol Swain, Dr. Carol Swain. She is a professor at Princeton and a smart woman and a beautiful Black woman. I also want to let you know in my background too, I've been secretary to the principal of the Chinook Middle School in Bellevue for 4 years. So I've been watching a lot of what's going on in Bellevue. It's got so many good things going. Let's not let critical race be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Lou Arnoldi, resident of the Bellevue area for the last 32 years. I'm commenting about critical race theory. I find it to be divisive and accomplishing exactly the opposite of what we want to accomplish, and that is bringing the races together. This goes well beyond the sins of the past. Since the Civil War, we've had civil rights laws, we've had abolition of slavery, we have anti-discrimination in employment and in housing. I'm saying we've made tremendous strides over a period of time. The critical race theory seems to desire that whites, Asians, and Latinos be ashamed of their cultural and economic advancement. It seems that the critical race theory suggests that the blacks should have the same economic status as the other races. But on the other hand, have the same privilege and options of the other races, not because they earned them, as did the Italians and the Germans and the Asians, who worked hard, got educated, and applied themselves. In conclusion, I believe the racial theory expands and broadens the divide, does not close it, and should not be taught in our schools. Thank you.
All right. That concludes our public comment section. As always, our volunteer board of directors appreciates the time that our community takes to write to us. They can call and leave us a message in the language of their choice. Take time to make public comment in this way. And we also do many efforts to reach out directly to our community, to meet with folks where they're at, hold listening sessions. There are many ways to provide input to the board. And so that brings us now to item 8, which is a short break, and then we'll be going into executive session. I'm going to read the purpose of the executive session since that.
Can we shorten the break?
Yes. The break will just be 2 minutes to go back to into executive session, and which is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public. And when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging and disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. We anticipate returning here in about 30 minutes. All right, so welcome back for this portion of the meeting. We're on item 10, superintendent search. Now, I've researched this process extensively, calling on expert resources to determine as best as possible, given the totality of our circumstances, our options. So I'm going to spend several minutes outlining our situation and a few of the options. The current contract for our interim superintendent extends through June 30th, 2022. And per RCW 28A.400.100, I quote, "The Board of Directors shall elect a superintendent who shall have such qualifications as the local school board alone shall determine." Now, in line with our district values, this Board of Directors has indicated we are committed to listening to students, families, educators, staff, and community partners and members about important qualifications for a superintendent and what our district needs now. Our commitment to community input is evident. So in addition to being broadly available for input through a variety of channels, we've added listening sessions this fall and have committed to have them again in the winter and spring. And we also take into account the overall picture, health, and direction of the district, as well as external factors that impact what we need to ensure that the district and all who are served, work, and interact with the district are best set up for success. So one way the board has conducted the superintendent search in the past is to issue a request for proposals, an RFP, from executive leader search firms to help with listening sessions, assembling a leadership profile, recruiting candidates, screening them, and assisting with the interview process. Now, while this process can be seen as part of an expectation for a district like ours, I want to note the following. First, this is an expensive endeavor, not only in terms of dollars paid to the search firm, but also in the hundreds of hours of BSD staff time that is pulled away from their regular work to coordinate the elements of a national search. Second, it is also possible that despite the effort and expense, this type of search may not yield a superintendent. Of note, this year it is reported that nearly a quarter of Washington state superintendents are turning over. Additionally, if a candidate is not unanimously selected, they may choose not to accept the offer. And third, rather than accomplishing an expected aim of bringing the community together, in the resulting turmoil of that process where staff are stretched and the uncertainty of additional change looms, we could lose existing quality staff. Another way to find an outstanding superintendent is to look closely at our existing pool of incredible talent who know our district knows them, and there is an opportunity for a smooth transition on a time frame that allows for growth and development of additional internal talent who sometimes otherwise leave our district because there is no growth opportunity for them. The time, energy, and resources spent supporting and elevating within our district can strengthen and focus all of the critical efforts that are needed in this peri-pandemic period. Now, because our district has used the RFP process in the past, Director Chu and I reviewed and updated a previously used RFP, and that's what's attached here. We've updated the language to be more inclusive and have followed what is considered best practice for reaching an optimal pool of candidates in terms of timing. We realize there are external factors that might be perceived to indicate that we should wait to make this decision. However, our duty is to make the decision at the time that maximizes our district's chances for a successful search, if we are pursuing the search firm path. If we wait longer than this to send out the RFP or to select a firm, the district will be positioned late, miss what is considered the optimal window for recruiting the top external candidates, and it is likely incur the expenses without success. The other change we made in the RFP is to delineate the timing into phases to provide an option for hiring a firm for just one phase if we decide to go that route. As a concrete example of phase one, we've included the BSD leadership profile from the previous national search as presented in the recruiting flyer. Regardless of whether we send out the RFP or use a search firm, we can involve our community, take into account the general sentiment of our times and the needs of our district, refine the leadership profile, and have a quality leader who will advance our district mission and vision. For today, we need to determine whether we would like to send out an RFP, and if so, whether there are amendments to the proposed RFP. We will begin with discussion, and if there is interest in the RFP, we can move and consider it. Does anyone like to begin with comments and discussion?
I have a few ideas. Thank you for putting that together and for such a concise and pointed, clear explanation. I wanted to comment and just remind folks, because everyone wasn't necessarily here the last time we did our search, that the last 2 superintendent searches that have been done by our district have been extremely customized and inclusive processes. And they have intentionally included along the way the voices of our community. From the very beginning, we've brought students, staff, families, and community members into defining the profile. And then we bring them again during the interview processes to give feedback, to participate, to hear from. And so I want to say that for me, I am committed to that. But beyond that, I think that we are learning that there's still a deep need to continue to evolve how we bring voices to the table and how we bring participants in our community, including our students, staff, families, and community members into this work. And so my commitment is that this year, with the superintendent search or without, that we are finding ways to elevate community voices, to identify them, to find them, to make them part of the process, to empower them, and to be influenced by them, to change our processes and decisions. And so that as the SIFE's engagement work continues, we are in the process of doing listening sessions right now, and we're going to keep continuing that. So whatever we decide to do with this, we should stick with that, the approach of being inclusive and evolving what it means to be inclusive so that we elevate more and more of our voices. So that's one thing that I want to say. The second is I really appreciate breaking this down into 2 phases, because I think it's really important. Before you even know where you want to go, you need to make sure that you brought like all the voices and inputs from the community into play. And then you can make a decision about what's next. But you need to hear from people before you make all those decisions. So I really appreciate the dual phase approach. And I think that this is a good starting place. I just want to be clear, this is an RFP for a group that we're bringing in. It's not an RFP. This is not our search process. There are a lot more details and a lot more pieces and a lot more participation opportunities that will be part of each of these. I forget what page it's on. I'm trying to find it here. But somewhere in this document, there's sort of a list of phases or something. And yeah, there it is. The tentative timeline has some phases. Each of those phases has a lot more details to it that involves a lot of participation. So I just want to call out, this is not the full process. This is just a high level outline for a search firm to help coordinate these full processes. And that's pretty much it. And thank you to Francine for pulling this together with me and with others. So.
Yeah, so I'll just comment. I appreciate that we really want to make sure that we have an inclusive process of voices, because I did pull the information from the last national search, and despite there being numerous sessions in total, there were only a few dozen people who ended up participating, and there were actually 0 in some categories. And so I think just checking the boxes that a session was held does not necessarily mean that those voices or from across our community were incorporated. So I think that the outreach that we're doing now actually covers more thoroughly than what was paid, a paid search firm to do previously. And so to keep that in mind, that that the expertise within the district already can allow us to do that deep and thoughtful listening, even without a search firm. Other comments?
Well, I have a question. So we've heard that there's going to be a lot of districts looking for superintendents this year. And so that means that there's going to be a lot of districts putting out these requests for proposal and hiring search firms. Do we have any indication what the odds are of a search firm then being willing to just to work for people who just want maybe phase 1 I mean, or would we not get anybody? Or do we know, or?
My understanding is that we would still find a search firm.
Okay.
I also have a question. Does putting out this call for proposals obligate the district or the board to hire someone who puts in a proposal?
No, there's 2 places where there's specific clauses indicating that we can put out an RFP and then decide not to engage any of the firms that respond. Anything else?
The last time maybe Carolyn, I don't remember if you were on the board or not. The last time that the district did a superintendent search, and Christine, you said that the RFP and the search criteria was very customized. How did you find that process with the firm that you hired? Were they pretty amenable to the this is how we want you to do it, or did they kind of like?
They came in with a cookie cutter approach, and we had to say, no, that's not our district, and you're searching for our district. And so we fixed, they basically gave us, here's a list of things you can choose from to put in your profile. Which ones do you want? And we were like, wait, let's look at all the input we got from our community. And then we took, like Francine said, the input that they gathered, but also the listening that we had been doing with other, board interactions with the community and so forth, and all of our collective of interactions with the schools and et cetera. And we put that into defining slightly more specific parts about what it meant for us to want to have a strong process and a superintendent who reflects our community's values. And they also, we customized the interview questions. We didn't use a cookie cutter set. And the second round of things, phase 2 of the search, we really customized it. And so we included a lot of different groups to participate in interviewing. And I think that participation was a bit broader. I don't have the straight up numbers on it, but it was a broader set of groups that was included, and there were multiple ways to participate on that one. So they took it, even though they came in with cookie cutter from the start, they were pretty gracious about it. Carolyn, what do you think? Well, maybe they weren't as gracious.
Yeah, we rewrote everything on them. I just have a sense that they were rolling their eyes and saying, oh, that's Bellevue. But they went along with it.
So my sense is that after, we just had a really engaging session on creators of their future world, right? Really working on our vision, staff excited to grapple with that. And when I combine that from what I'm hearing from our community, that we need stability and experienced leadership in these, peri-pandemic times, where there's been change after change after change. I feel like we really need to be directing our energies and resources for supporting students and advancing our goals of student social emotional well-being, student academic achievement, supporting our staff, giving them a solid and supportive environment right now, engaging families as partners in their success, looking at this global competency and creators of their future world. I think we need to be 100% focused on that. And I really do not think we should be distracting staff efforts on doing this type of search right now. I think there's been so much change, and it just will continue. And rather than providing stability to engage a firm where we need to customize everything and do all those things anyway, we have incredible internal talent. We have a great combination right now where we have our outstanding staff already, and then we've brought in a really experienced leader, one who's just renowned and has that blend of being able to provide some additional ideas, cultural touchstones that we can work with. But we have people who already know Bellevue, understand Bellevue, are deeply grappling with the issues that are important to Bellevue. And I think we have that balance already. And I think what we need to do is a better job of recognizing the good that we have. And when I say the good, I mean the great that we have, and using that. So I think we need that stability.
I want to finish answering Erica's question too. We talked about the process, but I also want to say that I wasn't impressed. I've been here for a while, and we actually keep our superintendents around longer than the national average, and some we keep for very long times. So that's a good thing. But I will say that the first one I was involved in, the folks who led the search were a lot more impressive about recruiting, actively going out and trying to find folks out in the nation who were, who weren't just it wasn't just like they posted it to their national websites and so forth. They were actually looking and leveraging their network and trying to find people who would fit in what they had developed as a profile. In the second round, I found them much more just cookie cutter in their approach to pretty much everything. And so I think one of the things that resonates for me that Francine is saying is we had a lot of good resources here. We expended a lot in customizing things to make that all happen. And so I'm not sure the level of value add that the second search firm, I think the huge value add that the search firms do is is what our first search firm did in recruiting and finding people. And then in both cases, I think that the work they did to screen through all the resumes received and to do the screening interviews and to sort of come and then walk us through the process of, well, here's all that we have. We've piled them out for you, but we want you to now be able to pile them out and look through them and understand it. That is a ton of work, and I would rather have somebody else doing that than our staff having to spend time doing that, because we don't have a huge HR department that has unlimited time. But beyond that, I do question the level of value add from the last search firm. So, and I also agree with Francine that right now the most important thing our community and our district need to be focused on is getting our kids reintegrated into their education and supporting our staff to do that, supporting our families to be part of that, finding ways to bring everyone's voices back, and also fostering and nurturing some of the changes that we've already put in place from COVID so that we don't lose those advantages. There were a few good things that came out of all this in terms of technology advances, inclusion, and a few other things, and those take resources. And so for me, I agree that we have excellent people in place right now, and what we need to do is be focused on that. I do feel that we have some level of responsibility to make sure that if we think that the path we want to go is to use a search firm, we should put the RFP out there and try to find somebody who's available and see what our options are so that we don't cut off the options. But I don't know that this is.
So that was the thing, if I'm remembering correctly, because I wasn't here, I was here for the last search, but not the search before that, but I used to hear board members talking about the search before that. And I think maybe the search firm that brought us Tim, we would have liked to have used them, but by the time we got to it, they were booked. So we had to go with somebody else, and that's where we got the cookie cutter people. Yeah.
So just in thinking through this, Francine, your point is well taken. Art made a point today that, we're finally through talking only about COVID, and we're finally back to talking about school as opposed to COVID. And that's well noted. And I'm looking at this timeline. There's going to be 2 new board members coming on in the middle of phase 1. And they will have been on the board for 3 months by the time a decision is made. And I'm, thinking back to my first 3 months as a board member, and that's terrifying. I could see the value for sure in having the 2 new board members have some experience of what it is to be a board member and not a member of the community, before making that final decision, and having, time of interaction with Art, with Eva, with, you know, the people that make up our wonderful district, and like really getting their feet wet as far as like, you know, this role. That said, I do think that this is an obligation that we are responsible for, and if it doesn't like commit us to something yet to send out this RFP, now, I don't see the harm in it right now if we aren't obligated at the end of it.
Right, any further comments? I'll just say that certainly I'm the kind of person who likes options. I liked buffets before the pandemic. Now it's a little, everybody touching the same things. But anyway, I like options. And so I see that this appears to keep an option open. I just feel like part of the mantle of leadership demands that we make decisions at the time that is right. And the time is that we need stability. And I think your point is really well taken about we are now able to talk about how we're supporting our students social emotionally and their academics. We're again able to do what we're supposed to do as a board in a district, which is to ensure their academic achievement through this educational system. And you need some stability for that. And what I hear just in the community is there's just fatigue with change, and change for change's sake is, or just doing what you think you're supposed to do because we're chasing after change, doesn't necessarily give us the change that we really need, right? What we actually need is stability so that we can make progress. And we need to focus those resources. And it may seem like, oh, we could send this out and then we just kick the decision down on the road, a couple of weeks. And so if that's the will of the board, I understand that. I just feel like we could make the decision that we should make in the best interest of our district, which is to provide the stability so that our educators can focus on providing what they need for our students so they can thrive.
So then let's be fully transparent and clear about what are the implications of that. So would you say that in order to preserve stability right now, what does that imply about our ability to do a search prior to June 30th of 2022 when the current contract ends? And what is it that you're suggesting?
I think we have internal candidates. I think we have several possibilities. One is we can extend our current interim superintendent's contract by another year. Another is to recruit someone internally and make that announcement so that there's time for transition. There's time to, again, develop and grow, provide the additional support to fill in the position that person would be vacating. So there's still some change there, but it's done in a way that it's over time. The timeline starts sooner rather than March-ish, and makes that transition, well, it's either a continuation, which provides kind of the most stability right now, or a transition that it can really be well thought out and supported.
Are we saying that if we look for an internal candidate eventually, we would not need a superintendent leadership profile, or would that be something useful to have with this input of forums and focus groups, even in guiding that selection?
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask you, Francine. What is the role of the community in the options that you just provided?
So I think we have the basis for a leadership profile. So it was good to re-examine it, update, determine for the times. It was last created 4 years ago. I think we are current 5 years ago. It's 27, it's labeled 2017. we are getting input from our community. We'll continue to do that. We've committed to do that. We have expanded our channels for doing that. So that would certainly play a role in that. But there's more than just the leadership profile. It's more than just the skills of the particular person. It's also the context of our time. And the context of our time is unique in this century. And that dictates that we rise to that level and meet that challenge. It may not be the way things have, quote, always been done. And yet, if that's what our community needs, that's what our district needs, that's what our students, our families, our staff, our educators need, then we meet that need.
Well, I think we have two needs. I think that we have a need for stabilization and innovation and sustenance for the education that's happening now. And that isn't just for kids, it's for kids and for staff and for families to be able to support it and be part of it and so forth. And that is a pretty, as you pointed out, demanding need that really deserves and requires the full force of our resources. We also have a need that our district's work, including our governance, be informed with and by the voices across our community. And for me, it is critical that those voices be part of that. And I think taking a 4 or 5 year old's profile and saying, we could just update it, you know, in the end, that may be what happens. It might not be a radically different thing, but I think we have to do due diligence on that. And what I'm more concerned about when I worked on this with you was the timeline. Like when we both looked at the timeline, we were like, oh my God, how are we going to pull off that timeline? And I think there's a fear embedded in pushing the timeline that's currently written. And that's why we said that this is a possible timeline. Then we might change it, because another timeline, you know, you can do a search after January. And you can do the profile after January when the community perhaps has more bandwidth, and then decide how you want to proceed with the search. But you definitely are in a position where you may have fewer candidates because they're going to get scooped up by folks doing earlier searches. So it's not optimal for the district as well. And the last thing we want to do is something that's not optimal for our district. So it may be that we go down the path, one of the paths that you've outlined, Francine. Those might be great paths for us to take. For me, I'm not comfortable making a decision that rules out the other path if we don't have in place a clear plan for how the community will be involved in making the decisions. Like not making the decisions, that's our responsibility, to be clear, but for how the community will be involved in informing the decisions, because we have evolved and grown. And it is critical to me that we elevate those voices in this process.
One of the other things I just want to throw out there, and again, you reminded me looking at this proposed timeline, is we have a levy in February that is critical, and that's right in the midst of all of this too. So there's that to be.
So would going out to the community and asking their input on leadership be make them more, or I guess, I don't know if I can ask that question.
I don't think it's just a matter of how it impacts the vote itself. I think it's a matter of how it taxes the community. Like that levy will tax people's time because our district will be forced to provide all the information, the objective information that contributes to all the work that's done around that. Plus our community members will be lobbying for it to happen because they want our schools to be strong. And so asking them to do that, and then also asking them to participate actively in a whole bunch of sessions and selection process. It's a lot to tax the community, and we've been taxing the community pretty hard for the last 18, 20 months, right?
Okay.
So
this is worrying me because I feel like, okay, so we've established that we don't have a lot of bandwidth, but I think it would be very bad, really, to not get community input on this superintendent thing and to just say, okay, we're going to do X. So it just seems to me that a solution would be to, since we don't have bandwidth, hire this firm to get all the input, you know, and to hold those sessions.
So to be clear, the firm does some of the work.
No, I know, I was here
Right,
for it.
you were
yeah.
here, the directors do a lot, and staff does a tremendous amount of the coordination still. It's hundreds of hours of work, hundreds of hours of work. This is part of my research
then
background
would we
to
say-
be fully informed.
Would-
And that is on top of the other things that are going on top of what their job descriptions are usually. And so it doesn't mean that if we don't do this now, that we couldn't do it next year, for example. There's, you know, for example, if we kept our interim for another year, and that would allow a lot of these issues that are being brought up to.
Okay, so we're gonna, if we chose this, we would say to the community, it's not that we're never gonna do this, it's that we're not doing it now because of these bandwidth issues, but we can eventually create this leadership profile by interviewing everybody. Once we get everything normalized with the back to school and COVID being diminished.
It could be the second set of, so we committed to doing listening sessions for the fall, winter, and spring.
Because,
And right now, people are giving us some input regardless. That's not
but
the
it's not
exact question.
specifically on this.
But you could make that the specific question and then have it. It's nice to have the you know, the decision and the questions in close, you know, as close proximity so people see the direct link. But the fact is that we're always collecting information from our community, and that continues to evolve. And some things are, I'm going to say universal truths, but for example, we created our mission, vision, and values statement 4 years ago as well, right? And if we take a look at them, I'm not going to, I would say that they still hold true. They're guiding us wonderfully, and we really believe in them, and our community has embraced those. I mean, I think that especially the vision statement really resonates with people, and so we are constantly getting input.
So we could say that we are changing the timeline then just, and that rather than hiring this group, or that we would select to do all this legwork with a lot of staff help to do this leadership profile, we could do that in the spring. And because we were doing it in the spring, we could do a lot of the legwork ourselves.
But if you
without
do
the
it in
firm.
the spring,
What?
if you don't put this out right now and you wait till the spring, you are 90% sure
Okay, but
making the
that's not what I'm
decision.
saying. What I'm saying is we could do the leadership profile in the spring and the search hit the ground running next fall.
Right, so what I'm saying is, if you were to do that, you have made the decision now, tonight, that you have decided that we are not searching for we are not doing an external search for a superintendent for another year. And you are doing that prior to formally gathering the community input on it. And I think that's, like, we should just be straight up about that. I don't think our judgment is wrong that we need stability and that the resource cost of that might be debilitating for our district as a community right now. But it is a big decision to have made without an explicit process that brought the community in on it. And I'm not yet fully comfortable with
Makes
that.
it seem like we're between a rock and a hard place here. The bandwidth for doing this properly and the timing and so forth.
And I don't think we're going to have a long time to make a decision. I mean, basically, we're going to make this call tonight, or we're going to make it at worst at the first meeting in November, but probably the second meeting in October, because if we don't make the decision tonight, then we either post this or we wait to post it. We have two choices. And then the next meeting in October, that's our last chance to post in time to execute this year. Or we post it now, and then at the next meeting in October, we decide what are we doing with all these proposals that came in Are we telling them, talk to us next year? Or are we telling them, oh, okay, you know, like, so we're basically, we can decide if we want to put this off for 2 weeks or not. And then the decision tonight is post or not post. And then by 2 weeks, we have to make a decision no matter what. The nice advantage of making that decision in 2 weeks is that we have all 5 board directors present, including the one of the ones who will be staying full on the board. But that does imply that we would post this. And we are then asking people to like put together proposals that they could potentially leverage for us in a year if we decide not to use them, but that's a big ask too.
Yeah.
There are a lot of trade-offs here. This isn't a quick, easy, clear answer. But for me, the thing that's a sticking point is making the decision right now that we're going to make this call without community input, that we won't be searching.
I mean, we wouldn't have enough time to have full community input by 2 weeks either. We've heard from some staff groups, and families, we'll hear from some families on the 19th, but that's not a full community engagement either. So whether we put this out now or not, you know, end of October is when we're making the decision, and we won't have heard from like the full community by that point. I mean, suppose anyone who's listening might write it into us, but that's not a systematic way that we had proposed doing it, so.
Yep, but at that point, we would have the 5 board directors making that call, or we would have the RFPs in and we could make the decision that, yeah, we actually do want to proceed, or, you know what, we just don't have the bandwidth, but we do want to do a process either with one of these RFPs or on our own with our community in the early winter that defines the profile so that then we can make the decision of, so what is the actual decision for next year? Because by doing this, we didn't make the decision of what is next year. We just decided what it wasn't, right? We decided it wasn't a national search, but it could be retaining the current superintendent for an extra year, finding an internal candidate, as, you know, whatever. So we haven't made that decision, and we could do that with community input. The question is, do we want to make the call about we are not doing a search nationally this year, tonight, or whatever? So that's the big one we're going to have to make, with probably without full community input, to make that decision in some way.
I'd also like to point out the time. We are quite late.
I don't.
Since this is a critical one, I will move that we extend the time by another 15 minutes for starters.
I will second that, although I don't think that I don't think any amount of discussion is going to give a clear answer to this.
Yeah, I don't see the clear path, except that it might be good to have seen here.
All right, all those in favor of continuing the discussion slightly longer?
Continuing the discussion, aye.
Aye.
Okay. So I think we've heard a number of the facets to this issue. And to clarify, Director Watson, I think what Director Chu just outlined is also a point where that if the decision is made not to do a national search, that does not mean we do not have great options. There's a lot of knots in there, so let's frame it in the
It
positive.
also means we don't have community input, right?
It means no.
Sorry, it also means we don't not have community input, right?
Right. So in the positive, we have great options. And we can engage our community in determining among great options that we have. A national search is one of the options that we would be choosing not to pursue for a variety of reasons. And I think we've laid them out, and there is a lot of agreement on why a national search is problematic. So I have been doing, because of the background for this, a lot of thinking and talking and researching and all that. So I have a lot of clarity. I understand that other people may not have been as deeply involved, so it may take a little bit longer. But the amount of time and hours and effort that I've devoted to this has made it quite clear to me. And I understand that my position is a little bit different than several people here who will be continuing on. But I do believe deeply and very committed to this district and its success. So I know each of you are, but I just need to emphasize that because I'm not continuing. But I still hold that interest today, and as long as I'm here, and even after I'm gone. But
No, I believe you.
Right. So I've set it up. I give you an opportunity to have the discussion and engage in this decision-making process. I already know how I would proceed.
I feel as if this has been set up as a no-win, zero-choice situation, and I feel frustrated by the situation we find ourselves in at this moment. But I see that there are many factors that contributed to why we're having the initial discussion on what seems to be one of the last nights where we can actually make the decision. Probably should have had this open discussion in September at a meeting. And it is disappointing because it feels, it doesn't feel like there's an authentic opportunity to make a decision. And I don't think that's right. I do, however, I think I have also come to the conclusion that stability is more important and that we shouldn't rush the process. I came to that conclusion last month, but I don't know for me that necessarily that would take us necessarily down this route. Like it is possible to do a spring search if we decided our community wanted to do that, and I do feel like it's a suboptimal approach, but it is an approach, it is a possibility, and that community voice piece is really bothering me in this process. Like I just feel backed into a corner that is pushing me to not be able to adhere to our value of collaborating with our community in a way. And I know that we can collaborate, and I feel convinced that we will in making the decision to go forward, but that's a pretty big piece to take off the plate in this way. So yeah, I'm just, Carolyn, what do you think before we have a motion or anything on that?
I want to clarify something. So not in violation of the Open Public Meetings Act, but I can ask for agenda items. And each director was asked about whether we would be discussing this as an agenda item. And no one wanted to have it until this point. So
that's not true. I
Yes.
did say so.
No. So that's why it's on now. I was interested in doing this much earlier, but we are at this point now and we need to make a decision. So Director Watson, you had a question pointed to you.
Oh, I was going to ask Christine if she saw a path to getting community input. Like what path would we follow to get that community input?
I'm not sure that I see a full authentic path to getting the input on this without going through the phase one with the leadership profile in the late fall. But I do tend to agree with Francine that that is going to cost us more than we should be spending of our attention and resources on our kids and families and staff. And I do, like, after the 4 listening sessions that I've attended so far, I already can feel like how exhausted the staff and community are just trying to do what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Francine is wrong. I just think that this is, yeah, like in the past, I think we've put superintendent search on like every meeting, pretty much as soon as we knew it had to be there, but we wanted to, but for the same reason we're talking right now, it didn't go on right away because we felt, and I agree, like that initially we really needed to focus on getting back to school. So I think it's hard, but I think, well, I don't like the path we're taking to getting where we're getting. I don't think that this is necessarily wrong. And I do think that the most community involved path can be, so what will we choose for next year on a different timeline? And that might be our community saying, yeah, we're going to do a national search. We're going to see if something yields in the spring. Or it might be our community saying, no, we want stability and we think that you should, you know, whatever. But, or maybe it won't even be asking them that question, but asking them for the leadership profile question. And then we do the heart-to-heart work of saying, okay, these other options that we have on the table, do they match up with the criteria that our community have just given us to fill their needs? And that, you know, that's part of our responsibility. And I think that's part of what Francine is trying to tell us. So not exactly excited about this moment that we're in, but I don't think that she's leading us down a crazy path. So I don't know, Francine, sorry, Carolyn, I don't know that there is a path that does it all right now, that is something that our community can bear the burden of. And we do have to be responsible about that. I think Francine's right.
So we want community input, staff input, all kinds of input, but we, as a community, are exhausted from the whole pandemic thing. So we could take an approach that allows us to a little more breathing space, but it's not ideal.
And it also, the other thing it allows is what Erica said. It allows new board directors to come up to speed and to participate in a more authentic and deep and meaningful way in the process, and also to help define what it looks like, because it won't be so rushed and predefined for them.
Okay.
So as we've had this discussion, it's sort of becoming more clear to me what my opinion on this is. And especially as, you know, there's just so much else that we have to focus on right now. Our kids are like, we're behind in math, we're catching them up socially and emotionally, we're trying to focus on academics and social emotional and back to school. Everyone is exhausted, and there's 2 new board members who will barely know what's going on March, February. So for me, this has sort of become clear. I do feel bad that Seema's not here because this is sort of like this is a big decision to not have her be here for.
We can always, like the 2-week window, we don't have to kill this. If we choose not to put the RFP out tonight, we can leave it on the agenda for next time, see if anyone wants to motion to put it on that night. And if they don't, then we're done and we've made our decision. But we could give that opportunity. It would be very rushed, and it would change the timeline by, you know, 2 weeks. But it would give that opportunity in case she has something more to offer. Maybe she has a great idea that none of us have thought of. But Francine, as she's pointed out, has done her due diligence. I think each of us has tried to do ours in a different way, in our different ways, like. And I assume that a lot of hers is informed by talking to staff as well about bandwidth. Is that correct? So, yeah, so I think we could just, is it possible to put this on the agenda as an option for closing on the discussion next time? Or do you feel like if we don't pass this, I mean, we can always motion to put it on the agenda, right? Like, we could come in and say that during the agenda approval process. Could ask to put it on, but we could also intentionally put it on just to get Seema's voice in the mix.
You can certainly request that. I mean, that's one option. The other is that, we can make a decision tonight. It can be a formal motion. We could move that we do not engage in a national search this school year, that we engage our community in discussions about leadership qualities, and that means we would either extend our interim superintendent or select an internal candidate. So I think we have plenty of options. I'm ready to make that decision. However, if other directors need more time, I understand it's something that we do as a board. We derive our collective authority as a board, and I completely respect that.
I think
Well, if we take the extend by 2 weeks rush afterwards option, that does give us the advantage of hearing from the other board member who's not able to be here, and we might also hear some input from the community during those 2 weeks.
And I think what I actually feel in this conversation is a slow convergence on the process, at least the acceptance that it's unlikely that we have any business trying to do a November, December focused effort on this piece. And so in that spirit, for me, I would not make any motion that says what we will not do this year. I simply wouldn't issue the RFP, which makes quite a lot of decisions for us. But we could still we could even decide that we're not going to do this and issue the RFP, but that's really wasting people's time. So I would be more inclined to issue it when and if we decided we wanted to use it. Because the exercise that I went through with Francine in trying to make it definitely put me in the, oh my God, look at this timeline. How could we do this to our community? Like, this isn't with our community, this is to our community. So anyway, I would be most comfortable in choosing not to do this. And if there were a motion we wanted to make to sort of formalize this, I would ask that the motion not include anything about what we won't do, leaving our doors open, and that the motion include Seema, so that the motion be made at the meeting that Seema has attended, because that is really our last, like if she had some bright insight that just really changed the notion on this, then we would have the opportunity to move.
So we're not making a motion that says we're not doing this, but we're not doing this.
That's what I'm suggesting.
All right, we could, in the affirmative, move tonight that we, engage our community in discussions about leadership qualities and either extend the interim superintendent contract or select an internal candidate. That would be in the affirmative, and that would be a decision that we could move and second tonight. If directors are not comfortable doing that at this time, it's one that we can take up at the next meeting as well.
That's a decision that, while it sounds like it's all in the affirmative, it actually has we've decided we won't do a national search embedded in it. It's implied, and I wouldn't vote for that. Yeah, so I would leave, like I don't think we should be doing that right now, but after we hear from our community, if something changes, I would keep that door open. I would not say I had much inclination to go through it, but you can't be authentic in listening to your community if you've already made decisions and they don't have choices anyway. So yeah, so I wouldn't make that.
Well, I would just say that I think we have plenty of great choices. There's still decisions to be made and great choices to be had. And I think if I do put it in the affirmative, it is, I think what I said earlier, we have a lot of good. It is so good, I should say great, but the phrase is good, right? But great, that we need to celebrate more. We need to celebrate every day the work that our educators are doing, the success our students are achieving, the support our families are providing, all of that. And with that comes an amazing staff that we have here already who understand Bellevue. And so that's the affirmation. The affirmation is that I think too often we chase after the next bright, shiny object, thinking that somehow it's going to be better, instead of devoting our resources and our energies to what we have and continuing to elevate and support. That's the way I see it.
I agree with you, but my counterpoint to that will be, we will hear from community members who do not agree with you. And who will say, how can you limit us to only like these options if we like, you know, if we don't next fall do a full national search, right? Like that will come up probably in community listening sessions. So if we're actually listening to our community, then I agree with Christine, and we shouldn't cut off like that as an option altogether tonight until we have had the opportunity to have those conversations. So now what?
So that's fine, and I'll just insert one thing that I didn't say in my long preamble. So initially, I was under the impression that when you did, quote, a national search, that internal candidates could be part of that search. They would just be one of the candidates against everyone else that's there. And then I have learned since then that that is highly unusual and really doesn't happen. If you have strong internal candidates, you do not do a national search. You nurture and offer a position to the internal candidates. And so I think that's where potentially either confusion or however that would be phrased has come up. And so by doing an external search, you do close the doors on things, and I think it's not perceived that way. So on the one hand, you say, oh, it's not affirmative, it's closing a door. Well, if you do the other way, you are also closing a very important door. And I think that really needs to be emphasized, that it might seem like it's more inclusive. It's not. So where we go from, so to answer your question, where we go now, since we're at the end of the extended time, is that basically time has expired. There's been no motion. And so I go on to the next item, which would be adjournment.
So before you adjourn, I just want to be clear what we are saying, because I agree with you that forcing an internal candidate to go through the same search process is not usually the right path. There are different paths that can happen, and I think we should consider all of them. I just want to make sure that we are bringing the voice of our community along with us along the way as we go. And as you said, we do have incredible talent. I don't think anyone here has disputed that tonight, nor do I think that anyone has disputed the fact that we should celebrate the wonders that we have and have brought in recently as well. And I'm thrilled with all that. What we're trying to accomplish here is stability for our students, support and stability for our families and staff to become part of this learning system, and then a future process that will bring community voices to light as we decide on the next level of leadership decisions. And that the options that we want on the table are looking at internal candidates, including our current interim and other internal candidates as possibilities for short or long-term pursuit, and as needed, the possibility of a national search. And that we are kind of making the decision tonight without any officialness, because we're not voting on it, and we want to leave some voice for Seema Seraphin to have some say as well with us, that we're probably not going to do a giant national search this year, or at least, this calendar year for sure. We're not going to start that because it's not going to be okay for us stability-wise. And we also, should we think that might be our course of action, the first step in our selection process should be the community input to identify what we need in the superintendent, and then a careful look at what we have in our community right here, right now, and what roles they might play in that before we go putting resources and time and everything into this other search, but bringing the community as part of that. Is that where we're going? Is that where we're at?
That pretty much sums up my feelings.
Okay, so with that brings us to item 11, which is adjournment. I thank everyone for their time and patience. I think it was a very productive, if difficult, discussion, and yet that's why we signed up. And we really appreciate everyone's time who stayed through and also were able to contribute materials for the discussion. So thank you. We are adjourned.